Mic went off, I'm sorry. Time being 8:30, would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and invocation? This morning I'm going to read Ephesians chapter 6, verses 14 through 17 as we start our morning. Stand therefore with truth like a belt around your waist, righteousness like armor on your chest, and your feet sandaled in readiness for the gospel of peace. In every situation take the shield of faith, and with it you will be able to extinguish all of the flaming arrows of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is God's word. Heavenly Father, as we come this morning, we just ask for your blessing on this meeting, on each of the people here this morning. Father, we give you thanks for blessing us with good health and good weather. We'd ask for your guidance this morning as we go through the business of the county, and we give you that thanks today in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. I want to welcome everybody, and I'm going to explain that we do have somewhat of a tight agenda in that we have to have a budget hearing by publication. It's published weeks ago at 8:30. We won't finalize that. We'll have our hearing in just a second. And ahead of that, I'm going to ask for a motion on a consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, move we accept the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion to second. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. That passes. Our regular agenda, I'll ask for a motion in a moment, but I would ask that we add one item. It will only take about 2 minutes when we get to it. But right after the Sheriff's Department position alteration on our agenda, would you add West Side Sewer Study? We just need to answer a question about that, but have it in the record. And with that, I would seek a motion on our agenda.
Move to approve the agenda as modified.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Public comment time. This is a time for any item that's not on our agenda. Is there anyone who has any comment they wish to offer? Hearing none, it's 8:33. We'll move right ahead into the public hearing for our Finney County 2022 budget, and I'm going to turn the microphone over to our county administrator. He has a bit of information for us to know ahead of time. So.
Sure. Do we need to do that as a part of the public hearing, so that we need to move to go into the...
Oh, yeah, thank you, Lon. Would you offer that motion, please?
Yes, I would. We move into public hearing for the Finney County 2022 budget.
And a motion second, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much for correcting me. Okay, County Administrator.
Thank you. Page 1. Good morning, Commissioners. On behalf of the Finney County Fiscal Committee, I want to thank the departments and commissioners as well as outside agencies in the assistance and preparation of the Finney County, Kansas 2022 annual budget. It was a very challenging year for the budgeting process. I did prepare just a brief PowerPoint, about a half a dozen slides at the very most, just for your visual pleasure, and bring everybody up to speed on how we approach the budget. As always, the municipal budgets, there's always more wants than needs, and we see this every year. It's nothing new here or anywhere else in Kansas or the country. So But following numerous work sessions, we were able to submit an operating budget that will provide continued operations as well as some building repair and equipment replacement, wage adjustments for the lower quartile on the county wage scale, and a proposed employee health clinic with Revere Healthcare Solutions, which is known locally as Grow Well. This is the second year of this budgeting process for the county that we've approached. And I want to thank you all again for your support and allowing us to provide this direction and change in budgeting process. Made a lot of changes to fund structure this year because of the change in the budget law. There's no more exempt departments like we've had the last few years. So that a lot of that shifting around of expenditures and so forth went away and went back to a more centralized approach. Employee benefits was one example of that. We established last year, very late in the year, a formal capital reserve fund and equipment reserve fund as well, in order to begin setting aside resources for building repair and improvements. That continued on this year as well, same approach. It was one of the many things that was reduced in order to meet the direction of the commission. Fiscal Committee did much research on various classifications and expenditures and revenues, and developed some various graphs and comparisons to try and aid us in decision-making process for this year. And we've shown you much of that during our work session, numerous work sessions that we've had with the county commission. I think you went 1, 2, there we go, there we go. This here is, in essence, your summary, if you will, of the proposed budgets by funds. And as you can tell, these are all the taxed funds, and you can see some changes from year to year as far as I just spoke about, the change in this year's budget laws. Next page. This one here is the non-taxed funds that you have. And down at the bottom right-hand corner, you see the proposed mill levy rate at 49.765. That is approximately 1.16 mills above this year's mill levy, which equates somewhere around $550,000, $560,000 increase. And final. This here, once again, is the bottom section of that one page. This page was split up into 3 sections to get it all on your presentation. But in essence, you'll find that as far as assessed valuation, it's relatively level over the last 3 years. Relatively level. Had a slight increase of approximately $3 million in assessed valuation for this year.
Thousand or million?
3 million.
Thank you.
Zeros are expensive, I know. So, and that equated to, on a straight mill levy rate, that would have equated to approximately another $150,000, $160,000 of revenues. The one thing that we had new this year was a revenue neutral rate. As you can see upper right-hand corner, it's 58.067. that is the rate, in essence, that the state would like to see you adhere to, and that we then published to the clerk that it was our intent to exceed that. So once again, that rate would have been 48.067. Yes,
And we published a rate that we would not exceed.
that is correct, of 50.169, I believe. 50.169. So that gives you a brief review of where you're at for the 22 budget. And at this point in time, then you can stand for any questions, or you can take questions from the audience. Okay?
Any of the commissioners have questions of Robert before we turn to the gallery? Go ahead.
Are we including any alteration for retiree health benefits in what you're describing right now?
Not right now, that'll come up.
No.
Yes, that is included within your budget as we spoke through that process during the work sessions.
We have a couple items that may change this budget, has a potential to change it. One of them is grow well, and one of them is retirees. And that's why I say we will not adopt this budget at this time. We'll wait until after we have those hearings. So, thank you. Anybody else have a question of Robert? Now, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this budget? Randy, you have 5 minutes. Please come, and then when you're through, as you come to speak, come on up, Randy. Can you make sure that our clerk has your name correctly in the record and so on?
Sure. My name is Randy Evans, and I am a Finney County retiree. I retired March 20, 2017, with nearly 29 years of service. My comments today pertain to the Finney County Early Group Health Care Benefit. I would like to read to you a portion of paragraph 3 of the Early Group Health Care Benefit. An eligible employee who has been approved to take early retirement will be entitled to receive health care insurance coverage under the employee or family option. The cost for the retiring employee will equal to applicable employee cost or family coverage. The county will contribute the employer's administrative fee based on the type of coverage selected. Retiree is subject to annual increases relative to employee increases and any changes in the type of plan that is offered. As an early retiree, I and many other people in the room made critical life-changing decisions based on information provided from the Finney County Personnel Policy and Finney County HR Department as it pertains to health care. The information I received convinced me this was a sound financial move. Having the ability to participate in Finney County's health care benefit has had a significant impact on my retired life, not only for me, but for my wife and my daughter. Without it, I likely would not have retired when I did. As part of my early retirement, I entered into a contract with Finney County for the group health care benefit. I signed the contract along with HR Representative Kelly Munyon. I met the eligibility requirements, fulfilled the application process, and have made my monthly premium payments without fail. The term of that contract expires when I turn 65, per the Finney County Personnel Policy, along with its terms and conditions. I understand going forward, this Board of County Commission is able to make any changes to the policy they feel are necessary, but I feel the Board of County Commission is obligated to abide by the contract we signed at the time we retired. If you must change the policy, honor the contract that I and other Finney County retirees have agreed to. Paying an additional $1,870 a month is not in the budget. I understand the necessity to balance the budget, but I feel you have found the low-hanging fruit to cut. I encourage you to look other places within the budget to find savings that don't involve damaging the lives of individuals who have served Finney County for so many years. This would ensure that the current and future employees see your integrity and that you keep your promises. You have the ability to allow us retirees who are currently enrolled in the early group healthcare benefit to continue that benefit. In closing, imagine for a minute that you as the Board of County Commission had entered into a written contract with a vendor for a service for a certain time period. You have agreed to all the requirements and have made your monthly payments for said services. Then during the contract period, the vendor comes to you and says, if you wish to continue these services, you must pay an increase of 660%. Would you simply pay it? Or would you seek legal counsel to hold the vendor to the original terms of the contract? Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thanks, Randy. Does anyone have a question or a comment for Randy? Anyone else in the audience? Kevin?
I have a question and then a comment, and it relates to the budget. The question being, in the budget that's being proposed today, does that include the increased request for drug task force officers? Or has that been removed?
That was removed from the budget.
Okay, so my comment would be, again, I would ask that if there's an opportunity to include those in the 2022 budget request for the sheriff's office, I would again reiterate my concern and the need in this community for additional drug task force officers on top of what we already have because of the need and also of the desire and interest, I believe, from the public on this matter. And so that's my comment at this time on the budget is that I really wish that you guys would consider approving that particular request for the benefit of the community.
That's it. Thank you. Do you need him to? All right, thanks, Kevin. Anyone else? Anyone else want to speak to the budget hearing at this point? Kara?
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm stinking wonderful. It's come to my attention that some changes in my life may be happening that I have no control over, but you do. I love it that you spoke from Ephesians this morning about truth and righteousness. Because the truth of the matter is, in order for you to save $222,000 by discontinuing my insurance benefit that you promised me upon my employment with you, you're going to save less than 1% of the budget. 1%, seriously? I don't know whose infinite wisdom brought this to the table and how it was allowed to get this far, but I stand in front of some fellow retirees, and you're looking at almost 200 years of service, probably 300 because I didn't get to ask everybody. Three centuries of service to this county that now it doesn't matter. You don't have to keep your promise. You don't have to hold up your end of the contract after we did. I understand that life happens. Things change. Budgets need to be adjusted. But we had an agreement. And if you need to change that agreement, it needs to be with your new hires, not with the ones that have already fulfilled our part of the agreement. Truth and righteousness. Is that really right for you guys to be able to do that to us? Is this how you conduct your personal business, your personal investments? Those you work for, those that you work with? Do you have people that work with you, for you? Is that how you're going to treat them? Or is it just us, because there's only 17 of us, that add up to less than 1% of a $24 million budget? I'm not real good with numbers, so I'm going to talk to you in a language that I spoke for the last 12 of the 16 years. okay? When I turned 18, I was found guilty. I retired from the sheriff's office in the Warrant Fugitive Division. When I was 18, I was found guilty of becoming an adult. And with that came a lifetime sentence of providing for myself and my dependents. Anything else that I pick up along the way. I was immediately taken into the custody of adulthood and placed at a facility where I had to start my obligation of supporting myself. I was transferred to another facility and another one, three times, until April 21st of 1986, I was placed in the facility we'll just call Finney County to continue serving my sentence, my life sentence. After a time, they said, hey, because of the obligations and your performance, your commitment, I think you might be eligible for parole. I laughed in their face because that was like way in the next century, you know? So I fulfilled my obligations at this facility, and sure enough, in August of 2017, I was granted parole from serving a life sentence of full-time employment to support myself. Now it's my understanding that the parole board has decided to revoke my parole. January 1, I'll be taken back into custody to once again begin serving a lifetime sentence of supporting myself to pay for insurance required by law. The amount of my sentence, you asked, the term of my new sentence is yet to be determined because it used to be until age 62. Now it's until age 65. By the time I get there, it might be age 67. Please don't revoke my parole. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara. Anybody have a question or comment for Kara? You want to check in over here? Okay, anyone else want to address the hearing? If not, then, oh, I'm sorry. Come on up. Morning, Kevin.
My name's Kevin Lamp. I retired Christmas Eve 2018 with short of 29 years of service to the Finney County Sheriff's Office. Before I retired, I spent several hours in the office, like Randy, going over the contract for early retirement. We signed that contract that you would take care of me until I'm 65. I, unlike some of the other retirees, my wife has been a teacher for 27 years, but through her retirement, or through her job, she works less than 30 hours a week, so she does not have or is eligible for insurance. So the insurance that I took through the county was my insurance till I retire. So if this goes into effect, I have to go out on the market and find insurance, which is pretty much unaffordable. When I signed my agreement, I agreed to work a job with less than 30 hours that did not provide insurance, which I have done and still do today. If you go forward with the insurance price increases that you have put out, I am $400 in the hole on what I make on my retirement, which forces me to quit a job and go find a job strictly to buy insurance. I do not feel that that is part of the agreement that I signed upon my retirement. There are 17 of us in the county that are retired. There's several of us in this room that are probably on the lower end of that spectrum as far as getting off at 65. I have 5 years left till I fall off and have to go to Medicaid or Medicare insurance. I just feel this is very unfair for somebody who has worked 29 years, put his life on the line for our county every day, as long as these other employees that have retired in here, for this to happen to us in the 2-month period. Through the agreement that we signed, violates so many things that we read, and we sat down with Kelly, and she made sure over and over and over that this is what we wanted to do. And through your agreement, this is what we wanted to do. We worked our lives for this, and now it's being jerked out from under our feet. And at 60 years old, we're having to go find something to pay for insurance, and it's not an easy thing. So please just think about what you're doing. I understand if it goes up, it's gonna have to go up, but leave the people that retired under the contract that we signed. Let us fulfill our part of that agreement, and you fulfill your part of that agreement, and go on about business with new people or new retirees. Thank you.
Kevin. You need Kevin. Okay, and anyone else in the audience that wishes to address the hearing? If not, is there anybody, either county commission or county staff, that desires to address?
Dave, the only thing is, I want to reserve my comments about the retiring health issue at the time that you guys are.
Yeah, we're gonna have a hearing on. Anything, Robert?
No.
Anything, any of you gentlemen? Kelly, anything that you need or desire to offer? Okay, then we need to have a motion to close the hearing. So I would entertain that motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we close the public hearing on the 2022 budget and re-enter our regular meeting.
Okay, second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Now, folks, with this new government mandate out of Topeka for us, we need to adopt a resolution 17-2021 to exceed the revenue neutral rate for the tax year 2021, according to this. Is that the right year?
Yes, it is. It's tax year 2021, and it funds the budget year 2022.
Okay. So,
I'll move to approve Resolution 17-2021.
second. Any discussion? Not all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
That resolution passes. Next up in the order of required business here is let me read all of it. It says, hold a public hearing and hear public comment related to the proposed use of all funds and the amount of ad valorem tax.
They do need to have a hearing for the revenue neutral rate.
Is that what we're seeking a motion for?
So we've had the budget public hearing. We need to have a revenue neutral rate public hearing, specific to hearing comments about exceeding the revenue neutral rate.
I'm happy that Topeka helps us out here. I need a motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move we have a hearing for the revenue neutral rate.
Second.
Motion second, any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That carries, and we are now in the hearing process for revenue neutral discussion. Anybody? You have something there?
Well, once again, this is in order to exceed your revenue neutral rate, which is the 48.67 rate. You do need to take public comment on that. Right now, the current budget that is being proposed is at the 49.768.
Okay. Anyone in the audience want to address that item? Seeing no one who has a desire, then we will accept a motion to close that hearing.
So move.
Have a motion?
Second.
Have a second. All those in favor of closing the revenue neutral hearing say aye.
Aye.
That passes. Now, as we come down this list, we have a health insurance renewal. I see three parts here, but we need to discuss health insurance renewal and grow well as a part of that. And that can all be included in the same discussion, can it not, Lori? So, I'm gonna turn to staff here for some information. Kelly?
Good morning, Commissioners. So this morning, the board, the board is asked to consider the renewal of the Finney County Health Insurance for 2022 as presented in budget work sessions by IMA, and to authorize County Administrator Robert Reese to sign the renewal once it is received by Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Finney County's 2022 health insurance renewal is an overall increase, the way it sits at 16.1%, or $712,000. To help mitigate this risk, and to better align with nearby municipalities, Finney County Human Resource and Fiscal Committee worked with our benefits consultant IMA to review options. So we did review several options with you, and we came up with these alternatives during budget work sessions. The first alternative was to provide 2 deductible options to employees by offering a $500 $1,000 option or a $1,000 $2,000 option. This decrease in medical insurance contributions for the employee tier, and it would increase medical insurance contributions on the employee plus tiers. Dental would also now be a separate option in all tiers. That has been something requested by Finney County employees over the years. Second alternative there would be to decline to make any changes to the current health plan, deductible or contributions, therefore accepting the $712,000 increase. The recommendation is to provide the 2 deductible options, option 1, which reduces the fiscal impact to Finney County. The reduction would take it down to a 10.1% increase, or just over $400,000. The most recent data I have on where the current Finney County health plan sits, if you'll recall at the end of June when I did a second quarter update with you, we were sitting at 14 large claimants, which had exceeded the 7 large claimants in 2020. So we doubled those large claimants. We were also at that time sitting at a $539,000 deficit with our health insurance. Just 2 months later, at the end of August 2021, we now have 17 claimants, large claimants, totaling $1,138,000 for just these claimants. We are now sitting at a deficit of $739,112.
Any,
That's,
okay, any comments, questions of Kelly? Anyway, I have one quick question.
okay.
The proposed, keep the current policy, if you will, the increase, I think you said 712,000? And in fact, doesn't that represent 16.2%?
16.1, yeah. Yes.
Folks can kind of grasp a little bit of the issue the county commission and staff have had trying to make this all fit into a budget.
Sure.
Okay.
And this does tie into my next agenda item, which is Grow Well, with the exception of that, or excuse me, with the approval of that, we would have an option for employees to help offset the proposed increases to the health plan here.
All right. Is you ready for her to move on to Grow Well, or do you have any questions or comments here? Kelly, go ahead.
Okay. So during the budget work sessions, Revere Healthcare Solutions, known locally as Grow Well, made a presentation to the Board of County Commissioners. With the elimination of Finney County's employee clinic and the growing costs of healthcare, Revere Healthcare Solutions, also known as Grow Well, provided the Board of County Commissioners another option for an employee clinic. Due to the underutilization of our internal clinic and the inability to staff the clinic adequately, combined with the increased healthcare costs, we feel that this is a great option for you to consider. The options to authorize County Administrator Robert Reese to sign the 3-year agreement with Revere Healthcare Solutions as presented during your budget work session. Second option would be to decline to authorize the agreement and direct staff to research other options for their healthcare needs. The estimated first-year cost is approximately $320,000 to Growell. The estimated reduced expenses from Finney County Health Department is approximately $250,000.
Okay, questions of Kelly?
And our retirees would have eligibility for Grow Well as well?
I can't speak to that. I mean,
Or this is just for active employees?
Well, I imagine it's just for active employees at this point in time. You have your current clinic, or the clinic that you had at the health department, you had approximately 30 participants on that, for that facility. We chose not to move forward in trying to rehire for that and compete for personnel in that, look at another option. But at this point in time, yeah, it was still for the employees.
Thank you.
And there are 30 to 35 who have utilized our clinic, but about 405 who would, on paper, be eligible.
we actually have 730
7:30.
that are eligible, and currently 30 of those were utilizing the internal health clinic.
That may indicate why we opted to dissolve that. So, okay, any other questions or comments? Ron?
Mr. Chairman, just a question to help me understand better. I'm not understanding why, if retirees are a part of our health, who are paying the premiums, are part of our health plan, why they would not be eligible for Grow Well to help offset some of the lab costs and things like that. Just seems like if they're covered under our health plan, that we'd be able to include them in any other health-related feature.
That is a decision, commissioners, that you can make. Right.
They aren't now, but we could authorize them to be included. I thought he said they weren't.
Well, they are eligible for our former employee clinic.
Oh, I thought I heard that they were not eligible for our previous clinic.
I'm sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Kelly, our current former employee clinic, our retirees had access to that, did
I
they?
believe so.
Oh, I heard it just the opposite just a minute ago in the comments, so.
I can't speak to any of them using it or anything like that, but I do believe there was eligibility there.
So we could authorize that to be a part of our program, that retirees would have access to Grow Well.
You can.
We'd need to adjust the rate of compensation to Grow Wells.
Well, by a few, yeah, right.
Okay, anything else for Kelly?
You do have a representative from Grow Well, if you have any questions about that as well. Sitting somewhere back there.
But excuse me, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around all of this. But in the 320,000 that's referenced on the screen, that is not including the cost for the retirees, if we authorize the retirees to have access to that. Am I understanding that correctly?
I'll have to defer to Kelly.
They've looked at our total count on Blue Cross and Blue Shield. That number fluctuates quite a bit. The last time that I looked at that, we were up, I believe, in the 780s. So at that 730 number, they were included in that count.
Okay.
Yes.
They were included in the,
It's just the fluctuation of coming on and off the plan that I can't control. So
I
I had to report what I had at the time.
no, I understand that,
So,
but if we were gonna add another 20 or something.
No.
Up our fee.
No.
And we're talking about a budget
Correct.
here to, what
Correct.
are we including in that budget? But
Correct.
the 320 includes those retirees at this point?
Those
Or at
retirees.
that particular point in
Yes.
time?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
It does not include any staff that have not elected the health insurance for themselves and families.
Right.
So that is also something to consider. Currently, there is a copay. There was until our clinic dissolved. There was a copay at the clinic if you were not on the insurance, so that is something to consider. Otherwise, there would be an increased cost by GrowWell to cover those that waive our
Covered
insurance.
on the current health?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm better understanding that now.
Yes, sir. You sure?
But the GrowWell contract, isn't it, $40 a head per
I
month?
believe it was 45
Like it
per,
was 40
per
something.
person. Just off the top of my head, I believe that's what the number was.
And that number, so it'll fluctuate, the number of participants.
Should we have a huge increase?
In and out.
Hire 20 staff or something, absolutely, that is going to increase in future years. But
I mean, 17 retirees for a year is $8,160, so it's not a big number.
It would also depend on dependents as well. Yeah.
Okay, we're at a point, I believe, in our agenda where we need to either approve GrowWell to be included.
Actually, your first consideration should be to your health insurance plan. Keep in mind during the work sessions, plural, is that the suggestion, recommendation was that if this is accepted, then the GrowWell option would be a very good option to supplement your changes.
That was the option for the employee to select either 1,000 deductible or 500.
That is correct.
Mr. Chairman, a question. I'm wondering whether we should not have the discussion or presentation on the early retirement program prior to any action on the health insurance or the GrowWell. I'm just asking that question.
I would tend to agree.
We can do that. Then we'd have 3 items in a row to consider for action.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. So when going through this budget process, we reviewed some policies, working with County Councilor Linda Lobmeyer. It was discovered that we believe a few items in the current early retiree policy go against what the Kansas state statute says. So these few things we are asking to consider at the bare minimum to get these updated. To remove the time coverage on the health plan from requiring 8 years of continuous health coverage, just to having current health coverage on the plan. To add the 2 additional tiers of coverage, as opposed to the 2 tiers prior. So if you'll recall, at the Blue Cross level, we had a employee and a family plan. Internally, we had 4 plans, which was employee, employee child, employee spouse, and family. January of '21, we moved to having 4 tiers now at the Blue Cross level as well. So I believe that language should be updated in our current policy to reflect that, and not just the 2 tiers of single and family, which is the way it had been in prior years. The third thing is to remove the language allowing discontinuation of the program pursuant to the statute and replace it with language for notification if there's alteration of terms or conditions of the program. Further recommendations to reduce the time of employment from 15 years to the minimum per statute of 10 years. To reduce the written application process from 90 days to 60 days. 60 days has been the current practice in our office. To remove continuation of dependents remaining on the group health plan once the retiree turns 65 years of age. At this time, an offer of COBRA would be made to those dependents. Increase the retiree contributions. Require in writing the retirees submit current employment annually. Provide annual tax forms and waivers allowing Finney County to obtain employment records to determine continued eligibility on our plan. The last revision to this policy that I could locate by Mr. Partington was November 2nd of 2009. The options are to approve the required, what we believe are required changes per county councilor, and recommended changes as presented. Approve what we believe to be required changes, and a combination of any recommended changes as defined by the Board of County Commissioners, or to approve only the required changes. Staff recommends option 1, to better align with the statute and other nearby municipalities offering this benefit. The recommended changes would create a positive fiscal impact of approximately $222,935,000 in 2022.
Okay, so we're now discussing the retiree insurance, and Kevin, for example, said he'd like to speak to that, so this would be an appropriate time, I believe, to ask for those who want to speak to this to come forward. So Kevin, I'll recognize you, and
Okay, I have a couple different items on this for discussion. The first being the state statute that keeps being referred to this. I'm just wondering if the state statute that county staff is referring to is different than the one that I have. And Robert, I would just want to show you. Is this the one that you're referring to? Okay, as I read this statute, it doesn't say anything about some of the changes that are recommended by staff to county policy. As a matter of fact, as I read this particular statute, it states that the retired employee has 30 days after they retire, where county policy says they have 60 days before you retire to make notice that you intend to stay on the county's health insurance plan. So even if we're referring to state statute, we're not abiding by that with one of the proposals that's being discussed today.
The new policy does reflect that, Kevin, that's posted up there.
I understand new policy proposed does reflect that, but that's counter, and actually that's actually not even of a concern, because 60 days is certainly well within the time frame for everybody. I think we've all honored that. The one issue I also have with state statute, it doesn't say anything in there about, and again, I know that it's county policy, amended county policy, that addresses the issue about a dependent falling off when the retiree turns 65, where county policy currently says that the dependent would stay on for 3 years after or until they reach the age 65. Actually, I don't have a problem if that amended policy is, but the point being is that if we're going to talk about state statute and that we're making these changes based off of state statute, then I think that we need to, stay consistent with state statute. And if state statute doesn't have that language in it, then let's not put it in just simply because there's a suggestion that it's in state statute when it's not. The other thing that I have an issue with too is I think that there's been a misinterpretation of state statute when it comes to the rate that retirees, should the policy plan change. The way that I see the rate that would be charged would be, but such contributions shall not exceed 125% of the premium cost for other similarly situated employees. So the way that I read that doesn't say anything about the cost of the county plan, which would be the rates that is being discussed, which is the 1,500 or 16, whatever number is being discussed. That would be 125% of what current employees are paying or what current retirees, similarly situated employees, that's people who are currently working, or retirees that are currently on the plan, and what they're paying is $303 a month. 125% of $303 a month is $675. So as I read statute, that's the way that I interpret it. So the savings that was proposed to you of being in excess of $200-something thousand, I actually believe it's going to be closer, if implemented, $68,000. So what's being proposed as a savings to you guys, in my opinion, as I read state statute, is far less than what you've been advised. And in my opinion, that number of savings is minimal for what type of a financial burden that you would be placing on current retired individuals. Now, the other point that I want to address is many of the ones who have previously talked about have talked about the contract that they signed with the county as far as what current county policy was. Back in 2009, actually it was 2008 when we started this discussion about this particular retirement plan. I was on the benefits committee. I was the chair of the benefits committee, I believe, at that time. And at that time, the county did not have an early retirement plan, contrary to this state statute that was developed in 1988. So in 2008, we didn't have a plan that state statute said that this county should have had. We weren't aware of it. We made this proposal. We worked on it for a year, county department heads, county staff, and we felt that it was fiscally responsible to make this plan available to our employees to get them to retire early and save their higher salaries that they were making in exchange for replacing and upward mobility for those below at a lower salary rate. And we figured that it would be a fair exchange of dollars, some potential savings if we did that, because at that time we had a lot of long-term employees who were staying till 65 just simply because of the insurance. And quite frankly, I saw some of those folks working for us, and I felt like their production level wasn't as great because they were just there for the insurance. So we came up with this idea of making an option available to them. So at the time, the language that we had put in, not knowing there was a state statute, the only language that we put in was, should the commission decide to eliminate the program, which we figured that that could come up someday, fiscally, they may need to address that they must give a year's notice in advance and then end the program. Well, now I know that by state statute, you can't end the program. We would never put that language in there. However, in the policy, it states that a year's advance, so the way that I take that is any elimination of the program or any change to the program, a year's notice in advance. Anybody that's on the program by county policy stays on the program, grandfathered in as they were at the time that they signed up for the program. So they're paying the same contribution level as what current county employees are paying, not the 125% of like employees. And that would be a year from, if you adopted these changes today, that would go into effect a year, well, actually it says a year from the new insurance plan. So if that insurance plan starts January 1st, then the new policy would be effective January 1st of 2023. So I think that it's important that the county stick to their policies and procedures. As you all know, I have been held accountable this year on several county policies, even though that we had common practices before that, as far as me hiring new employees and pay grades and all of those kind of things. So if I'm going to be asked to abide by county policies, even though that it was contrary to practices that have been going on my entire time as sheriff, then I certainly expect in this particular regards that the county abide by and honor their county policy. And that means all of these folks that are currently a part of this retirement plan, that they are grandfathered, anybody that's on it or anybody that gets on it, within a year before January 1st of 2023, that they stay on and the county abides. And I actually am planning on retiring in 2 weeks. I have a signed contract of this county plan. And as many of these guys have said, these folks have said, they would have never retired early if they would have known that this was something coming up. But I knew that we had a written policy. And I know far more than most others, all of these folks, how much county policy means to folks, because I've been made to follow it myself. So I would request that, number one, you have a state statute. Number one, you have a current policy. I certainly am not proposing that you don't change county policy. We all knew when we talked about this in 2009 that that day could come. I'm just asking you, if you make changes to it, that you abide by your policy as written, that changes can be made, but they don't go into effect until January 1st of 2023, and that anybody that is already on it, as the policy states, that they stay grandfathered in. As policy currently, you do have a written contract and a policy. I expect you guys to follow it just like what you expect me to follow, and which I have been. Sometimes kicking and screaming, but I have been following your policy. I also think that your county council probably could interpret my version of state statute as far as that 125%. I think that they're interpreting 125% of the county's cost of the policy, but I think the wording says of like employees. Our like employees are the current retirees and what they're paying, or current county employees, what they're paying. Currently, that's $303 a month.
Thank you.
Okay.
Did you have a
I guess I would like, I don't want to play lawyer here, but I hope council will comment on this. All of our employees' insurance is going up, every one of them. And to me, you're not singled out as every employee is, their rates are going up to the equal level. And it's a tough call. I appreciate how tough that is to our employees. But I don't believe that the way that is written, there is a grandfather in there. You are treated as the same as other employees under this insurance plan, and I believe that's still consistent with state statute. Comments, please.
Can you just ask that question one more time, because I want to make sure I'm answering what you're asking.
Do you feel that the retired employees under state statute are treated the same as other existing employees, the 350 employees or whatever we have now? All their rates are going to go up. Under the sheriff's logic, nobody's rates could go up because that's the contract we have with our employees right now.
So understand.
We would go up the way, our rates would go up just like any other current county employees' rates would go up. We understand that. We agree.
Well, the others are going up the same rate.
Yeah, well, the proposed 125%, that's a different matter, but as far as the premium that we would pay in the grandfather deal, those would go up with what current county employees would go. So if they go up 10, 15%, ours would, and nobody has an issue with that.
You don't get
there-
that question.
well,
Lawyer,
the-
better with words.
Well, I don't, the rate that they're paying is less than what the employees are paying. Is it not? Or the same amount, okay. I want to make sure that I'm following your
Okay,
logic
that's what I'm
and
trying
stuff.
to get across.
So,
If
yeah,
employees are
right.
going up to
right.
$2,000 a month, the retirees should go up to $2,000
Yeah,
a month.
yeah, that's what I
That's
wanted
what I'm
to try to
trying to say.
clarify.
Okay.
But the employees are not going up 2,000. They're going up, if they have, right now, the highest plan is what the retirees are charged, the $303 a month. So if current, and that's what, if you have that particular plan, current employee, they're not going up to 2,000. They may go up 10, 15, 16%, which may be $50 more. And so retirees understand that our benefit may go up $50 a month, just like if there's, like you say, 350, not the 2,000. Current employees are not going up to 2,000.
Yeah, and I wasn't stating that right. Their increase is dramatically more than what the employee increase would be, is my understanding.
That is correct, because within that statute, it says premium cost. Keep in mind, there are two parts to a premium, that in which the county shares in the cost of that premium. So that's why that dollar amount is different. The employees pay the employee share, and the employer picks up the other part of that premium. So when it refers to premium cost, it's in essence then the entire premium.
Employer and employee.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, any other discussion?
Well, did you get your question answered?
What do you need clarification on? You good to go? Well, then we need to backtrack and take some action, either yea or nay, on our county health plan. Entertain a motion.
I guess I have a question. If we retain the retirees at their contract price, and their out-of-pocket costs will be the same as current employees' out-of-pocket costs, is that what we're saying?
Can I just for a point of clarification, because the word contract is being very loosely used here. No one signed a contract.
Okay.
The county did not sign a contract. This is merely county policy, which is being presented to you for change. We presented the policy of retiree benefits to the retirees at the time, but it is not that the county entered into a contract and is rescinding that contract. So I just want to make sure that we're not creating a legal obligation that doesn't exist.
Okay. That clarifies a lot of things. Back to my question, though. If the agreement or the policy, if we retain the current retirees at the amount of money that the other employees are going to pay too, how much more will this add to our budget?
You remember a number that we published that we would not exceed? Let Robert tell you what happens to that number.
I'm not sure, but I'll do some calculations. You do have an executive session that you need to get looking at here pretty quick, but still, in essence, what you have before you, just to address this, is that you have, in essence, 3 decisions to make. Even though they're connected, they are mutually exclusive decisions. Now, I can do some quick calculations here in a bit on what that impact might be. And more than anything, it would be a rough guess. Obviously, it will be less than the 222,000 because of the increase, to the potential increase. And there again, it depends on what policy they do have as well, and for those that come on in the future. So it does kind of depend on what you'd make it, what kind of determination you make on the retirees and those coming on. But I can do some calculations here in a bit.
Now, can we have a policy, county counselor, that affects only the retirees, but will affect any new people that want to sign up different?
We could that's absolutely something that you could consider, and that we could create a policy that addressed it in that way, if that's what you choose to do. That's certainly not off the table.
Mr.
Pardon? Just come forward and please, we've got a kind of a tight time frame today, so.
I understand. This is very important to us.
Okay.
In paragraph 3 of the early retirement program, the question is this: what is your interpretation of this sentence? Retiree is subject to annual increases relative to the employee increases and any changes in the type of plan that is offered. Let me back up. The county will contribute the employer's administrative fee based on the type of coverage selected. What is that? Is that not the premium? Administrative fee. I've never paid an administrative fee. Secondly, I would bring your attention to contribution illustration option 3 offered by IMA, page 6. The numbers used under the line of EE monthly rates are not accurate. They are not the EE monthly rates that currently we pay. So all the numbers in this spreadsheet are based off of those monthly numbers. I submit they're skewed. They're inaccurate.
Kelly? Kelly's shaking her head behind you.
They're not. What was presented to you, commissioners, if you read the top, is medical only. We went to break out medical and dental. So dental, because we have asked for that to be broken out, is separate. What you're seeing here is just the medical portion, and that is why it's different from what he's paying today. Nothing is skewed. It is minus the dental, which we have asked to be broken out. So these rates here would be this plus the dental rates.
Okay, so you don't have all the information here for these final numbers that you're using to determine costs. Right above, it says 2021 current plan year rates. Doesn't say anything about excluding dental.
It says at the top, medical only.
Okay,
Okay?
back to my point. If we're looking at apples and apples, these aren't apples and apples.
Thank you, Rick.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I respect what our county counselor said with regard to the definition of contract, but it appears to me that the retirees are being required to sign an agreement, not a contract, but an agreement, or at least that's what I have in front of me is one that one of the retirees signed. And under that, in paragraph 4, or section 4, are the terms and conditions. And so I'm making a comment, but it's kind of a question as well. And the first one is, should the board choose to discontinue the program, notice needs to be given 1 year in advance, which Kevin spoke to just a second ago. We're not discontinuing the program. We're changing the rates within the program, if I understand things correctly. So if we were simply saying we're no longer going to include retirees within our health insurance plan, we would have to give the 1 year notice. But we're just simply changing rates within that early retirement program. Therefore, we would not be subject to the 1 year notice. Am I correct on that interpretation?
Yes, that is also my interpretation, that the 1 year applies to the discontinuation of the program. And we actually took that language out since this policy is required by state statute. So you don't have the power to discontinue the program. The program is required by the state. And so your interpretation is correct.
I get what you just said, but if we have an agreement that's signed, and I'm not arguing the point, but I'm trying to get what our liability is, what our responsibility is, as we were challenged a little bit ago about responsibility and truthfulness and so forth. If they have signed an agreement about a 1 year notice, I get that it may be a moot point in what we're talking about here today, but would that agreement not take precedence over anything that we do if there are terms in there that contradict what action we take?
I disagree with your
that's a
interpretation that there are terms that contradict.
No, I'm just using an example.
Okay.
If we did some action that contradicted one of the terms in these agreements, would the agreement take precedence?
Not necessarily. I think when you're talking about a policy that someone has presented and signed off on, they should be given notice that the policy is changing. And I don't see anything in the former agreement that precludes changes to the policy. It merely requires 1 year if the program is being discontinued. But changes to the policy, it allows for changes in the policy in the actual agreement in that premium rates can change. So I think it's within the spirit of the document to make those changes. And I do think you would need to notify the participants of whatever changes that you make. But I don't think it violates what was signed.
Okay. I'm just wanting to get it all out on the table and in the open here as we have people that are concerned about that.
I want to make
Thank
a
you.
quick
Thank you.
comment about the spirit of the agreement. Keep in mind, when we wrote this policy, It was when we didn't know that a state statute existed. So our intent at that time, as we directed the county commission for approval, was that any change or elimination to this policy would require a year's notice. Not knowing there was a state statute, we would have never included the language if they in the program, because we would have known that they couldn't do it, but we didn't know that. So we thought that any changes to the program the commission might make would be the elimination of the program. If we would have known that it couldn't be eliminated, we would have had the language that any changes to the program would have required a year's notice, which is what is attempted to be done now. We understand that changes may happen, but I think you need to go after the spirit or the intent as what we had decided that program was going to be. You know, we wrote elimination not knowing that it couldn't be, but certainly the intent was any elimination or change to that. I can tell you, I was there, spent a year writing that policy.
I have one quick question. The retirees' rate right now is $303.
Which is what the highest rate is for current employees.
That policy that you keep referring to, I was a county commissioner when that was approved in 2009. The rate then was not $303.
Correct.
The rate, Kevin, has changed since 2009, and that's really all we're saying right now is the rate's changing. It's a terrible big change, all granted.
Well, yeah, but hold on. That is the current numbers today, that 303. So if you had retired today, then that's like me, my quoted rate was 303. But the current county policy states that the retirees' rate goes up as much as current employees goes up. So if current employees only go up, say, $50 a month, then that's what retirees' rate would go up, is $50 a month. Retirees wouldn't go up by this policy to $600 to $1,000 to $1,500. It would just go up to the same amount that current employees go up. And that's the way it's been since 2009. If it was $200 back in 2009, but it went up 5% one year, then retirees would go up that same 5%. If it went up 10%, it would go up 10%. But what this is proposing is that retirees would go up hundreds of percent as opposed to regular employees going up 10 or 15%. Retirees, based off of the policy, certainly understand that if current employees' rates go up by 5 or 10 or 15%, that their rates are going to go up. That's what we've been accustomed to. That's what they've been accustomed to. So I'm just saying that by current policy, and we anticipated that there would be changes to policy somewhere down the road. But if you're just going to lay your hat on the fact that we didn't include in that year's notice changes to the policy, just elimination, that's because at the time, we didn't know that the policy could be eliminated because nobody told us about state statute. I just found out about state statute on Thursday, didn't even know it existed.
Commissioners, if I may, if you'll refer back to the previous policy, it does in fact list the statute in what you signed. It literally references it in the first paragraph.
All I can tell you is when we wrote the policy in 2009, we didn't refer to no state statute.
I'm going to interrupt you, Kevin, because our schedule, we have swearing in it scheduled at, right now, 9:45. We have executive sessions scheduled at 10 and 11 o'clock. And we've got 3 items out here floating around that either we're going to have to address or table, but we have to approve some kind of a budget today.
Well, I would just ask that this retiree health program, that you honor current written policy and state statute on the matter. That's what I would
And
request.
some are arguing we are. Thanks. Yes.
Quick request, Dave. I wonder if, so I have real information, if we could ask our county administrator to give us a number if we did keep the retirees increase consistent with the employee increase, and then will that number keep us under what we've published?
Why don't you let me work with Kelly on the current premiums so I can give you some reasonably accurate amount,
And,
and then we can follow up with that.
and Mr. Chairman, just so you know, the consensus, I'm in that camp as well. I think we need to see those numbers before we would approve a budget.
Can I ask the commission at this point in time, are you willing to accept the current renewal of the health insurance plan?
If so, I'd entertain a motion.
That speaks to the whole issue that's being argued here, I think, is
Well,
Well,
speaks to, we want to come up
the
with
acceptance of the
712.
plan, acceptance of the plan does not make a final determination of the retirees portion of it.
If we don't accept it,
I disagree. It says right now, you're paying 22%, and this county is subsidizing 68%, 78%. And so they're paying, this county will not subsidize the new part of the plan, so it's all reverts back to the amount the county's subsidizing in the proposed IMA plan.
Once again, yeah, this is in the current employee, which does relate to the retirees portion of it.
Well,
Okay, we're not gonna, okay,
But you're not making a determination on the retirees.
I stand corrected, you're strictly on
contributions
employees.
to that.
what you just raised affects the budget and affects the early retiree, but not the health insurance renewal,
Okay. I stand corrected.
right?
so are we ready to act on either yea or nay on the health policy change?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that we accept the Blue Cross Blue Shield recommendation for 2022 health insurance for Finney County.
Is that a motion?
Yes, it is.
And I would second that.
Have a motion second, discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So the healthcare new proposal has been accepted.
The other one that could be of just as quick is your agreement with GrowWell. Once again, this does not affect your retirees plan as well.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion with my preface, knowing that retirees have the opportunity to access GrowWell. I would move that we enter into a 3-year contract and authorize our administrator to sign that contract.
Second.
Any discussion? Right now, we don't have the retirees included in that.
They say that we do, yeah.
Okay, all right. Point of confusion. All right, all those in favor of retaining GrowWell for the 3-year contract, say aye.
Aye.
That carries. Now,
You can table your,
I'll ask for a motion to table until we get through some of these special events that we have already on the schedule for the retirees' insurance, so,
And the budget,
yeah, the budget.
that we table both of those.
Mr. Chairman, I move we table to the end of our meeting, the approval of the budget and the early retirement program for employees.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I see a Judge Sanders, and I see a bunch of folks that are anxious to watch a swearing-in ceremony, I believe. So, Judge, would you please come forward, and where's Mike?
Nope, there he is.
Mike, and whoever you'd like to accompany you up this way. Judge, if you'd go to the microphone so that the folks out in TV land can see you,
Lord. All right, thank you.
the floor is yours.
Thanks, sir. Mike, if you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Kansas and faithfully discharge the duties of Finney County Sheriff, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you. Sign right here.
Yes, sir.
Mike, we'll give you permission for a few minutes if you want to bring friends and family up for a photo with the judge or whomever.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, again, I say, but all right. Okay.
Yeah, bring them all up. Bring them all up.
I was going to say, gentlemen, boy, do I know when to come into a room, but I won't say that, so. So, Dora, do you need, is that to you?
Yep.
Okay,
I will file that.
thank you. Good to see you. You too, don't be a stranger.
No kidding, right?
Oh, oh, really? You better, it's catching me in a suit is a rarity.
I didn't understand. Yeah, at 10 o'clock.
Mike does have one item before executive session.
Get them all? Thank- Yep.
Yeah, they need to be in there. Yeah, they need to be in there. I just want to know if your dad got all that sod laid at your house.
He did, pretty much by himself. As you all know, this is the only reason I got into law enforcement.
Yep.
Earl has quite a reputation in law enforcement. It's all good. Thank you, guys. Thanks for.
Dave, just one item more before executive session.
Well, I added an item, remember, too.
Yep, we gotta do Mike's real quick, though.
Mike? You have, let's bring the commissioner back. You have an item to discuss right quick?
Yes, sir. Are we ready?
Yep.
I would like to propose, right now, we have a,
Mike, just, you might hit your gavel or something so they know we're back in session.
There you go.
as you know, we've been doing some moving around. We've been requesting some more drug officers. We have a vacant position right now in the crime prevention. It was a gang officer, crime prevention, and we haven't filled that. I would like your permission to move that position over to a investigator as a drug officer instead of, and just do away with our crime prevention. My proposal is we're gonna train all of our patrol guys how to do crime prevention. I don't think we need just that one person anymore to do that. So I guess I'm asking for you the permission to move that.
You were just sworn in as sheriff, were you not?
Yes, sir.
That to me is a sheriff's decision. I don't know how the others feel.
It's just a, I guess, a matter of, on paper, just moving that position so we know we have it there.
I'm with the chairman. To me, this is a means issue. This is a sheriff's issue. How you use the budget money is up to you within that. I think we can simply do it by consensus, in my opinion.
I believe you have consensus, so let the record show that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Now, before we go to executive session, You what?
I don't know why we would.
what are you
I don't
asking?
see any reason that we would need a motion for that.
Need a motion because you do set the number of personnel in the particular position.
I don't agree with that.
Regardless, I move that we grant the repositioning of the staff for the sheriff.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Abstain as well.
Okay, 3-0. Before we go to executive session for non-elected personnel, we have a proposal and for the West Side Sewer District, and the question I'm going to pose right quick that we answer is for the study, for the engineering firm doing a study, do we want Lana's budget to fund that and then we reimburse? Or do we want the county budget to just fund that right off the bat? Is that essentially what we're asking?
That, and who do you want to head up that study as well? Not the firm, but,
So, Lana, real quick.
Yeah, again, we came to you and asked if we could look at doing this study. I think it's important. As you guys are well aware, it opens up a lot of opportunity if we're able to provide that sewer for industrial and a lot of residential opportunities that will stay within the county, but in that envelope between Garden City and Holcomb. I would suggest to you that our staff is fully capable of providing the service from our side and working with PEC. As you know, we have Steve Cottrell, who is an engineer on staff and certainly is capable of doing that. We're open to whichever you'd prefer, but obviously we believe our staff is fully capable of managing that process in coordination with your staff.
And I'd like to see a motion in the record, which way we go. So that's where we are.
Is there a budget item? Is there a fiscal impact or?
Yeah, it's less than 25,000. Robert suggested a couple of other additions, changes he wanted to the contract that they sent last week for review. So she is incorporating those items and we'll send back a final review, but it will be under $25,000.
About 20 to 22.
Is that what we need to move for, a budget number to fund this, or who's going to do it? I don't understand.
at this point, who's doing it? Who do you want to head that up?
I thought we already acted on the budget.
Actually, I think I thought you already did.
I'll move to have Finney County Economic Development to lead on the West Side Sewer study.
I didn't quite understand that.
And I would second that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I recommended that Finney County Economic Development will lead on the West Side Sewer study.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
It is nearing 10 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock, we have a scheduled non-elected personnel executive session, and we need to include HR, county administrator, county council. The county council need to be there? Not necessarily, so we can excuse you. And county commission, and that's for 1 hour. 45 minutes.
And do
45
we-
minutes, I'm sorry.
And do we need to include the name or reference to the candidate? Just candidate
Candidate number one.
for county health?
County Health Department. So I did entertain a motion.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we go into executive session for
45?
all the above.
45 minutes, Health Department with included personnel. Second?
I'll second with no decisions will be made, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And then I'll remind the audience, when we get through, we have a second executive session, another candidate at 11 o'clock, and then we have a planned lunch with them. And so we will recess the commission meeting until you have patience this afternoon. We have table motion, but we also need to come back into session by 5 o'clock tonight for consideration of non-elected personnel. So when do we want to meet after lunch, where if anybody's interested, they can attend?
Well, I think we reconvene at 12.
12? Okay, all right. So we have a motion, and we'll be back in about 10:45. just, you can stand right there. We're back with nothing to report, and now we need a motion to, no, that's fine. Go back to executive session beginning at 11 o'clock for a 45-minute interview for a candidate, non-elected personnel with the commission, with the county administrator and HR director.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I'm waiting for Dory there. You got it all? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
There we go.
You know, something I feel to do when I was chairman is to borrow Thank you, everybody.
We can report we're back from executive session with no action taken. And we'll wait just a minute here for Robert to come in. He's bringing a bit of a report. And Kevin, are there some others outside? We said we'd take the retirees issue back up at noon.
Yeah, I'm not for sure.
If you wanted to play, round them up for us. Nobody else? Okay, thank you. Be just a jiffy here. We could start off with our, while we're waiting, with our reports. So Larry, do you have anything to report for your activities since our last meeting?
Hang on, let me get my calendar up here so I can see what's going on.
Here comes our,
I guess the main thing was the KLPG conference here in Garden City. Attended that. Missed the Wheatland Electric dinner, and other than that, I guess KLPG is the only thing I got to report.
you want to have a brief visit, or are you okay to go? Yeah. I'm asking though, do we need to slip out and have a brief visit, or are we okay? All right. Bill, your commissioner's report.
Yeah,
Jump ahead here.
the Wheatland meeting, lunch meeting there was very informative. KOPG, a couple of good days. I went to an event in Wichita Saturday night that included Derek Schmidt, Senate President Ty Masterson, Majority Leader Dan Hawkins, about 5 state senators and 10 representatives, sponsored by Kansans for Life, but it was a great networking session. That's all I have.
Okay.
And then the dinner, we have the dinner tomorrow night, right, down in Ulysses. Home Products.
Home products. dinner.
Home Products.
Correct. All right. Go ahead.
All I did was the KLPG, the full day on that one and the dinner before.
On?
Well, just meeting attendance is Wheatland Electric Luncheon and KLPG, most of that event. But I have been visiting with other with constituents with regard to road issues, alley issues, a few other things, and coordinating them with Public Works.
Okay. In my activities, the animal shelter had a groundbreaking ceremony for outdoor exhibit area, and attended that. And also, I missed some meetings that I would regularly go to. Missed the Committee on Aging due to a budget meeting, and missed the Planning Commission meeting due to having a special county commission meeting. I did attend the KLPG, and then I've had, in the area of transparency, had some communication back and forth with Kevin. So that's been discussed here today. So with that, we asked folks to consider coming back about noon. It's getting close. So I'm going to seek a motion to untable the retirees' health benefit plans for discussion.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
And any discussion? If there is none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are, that passed, and we are untabled. So now, pardon? Oh, okay. So now, we're open for a bit of discussion here and perhaps some action. That's one item that needs to be satisfied before we adopt a budget.
All right. Since we last met, we spoke briefly about trying to look at something different, I guess, for the retirees. And during the break, I asked county staff to look at a one thought process, which in essence was to take the current healthcare premium, that's both employee and employer portion of it, and look at the current retirees and look at them paying, beginning in 22, 50% of the full premium with a 5% increase annually up to a maximum of 75%. Then secondly, those retiring after the first of the year would go back to our initial proposal, which in essence is 100%. We proposed at 110%, but for simplicity, keep it at 100%. So those retiring after the first of the year would pay the full premium. And keep in mind, as we reviewed the statute before, the current policy, you're allowed to go up to 125%. So current retirees, and recall the fiscal impact is somewhere around $225,000. With this approach, for the first year, retirees would make up approximately half of that. In essence, about $110,000 to $120,000, somewhere in there. County would pick up the other $100,000, have to pick up the other $100,000. And that would be for 22. Then those still on the program would be at 55% in the year 2023, and so on and so forth. It's a way of graduating that process up to what the actual cost is, and still providing, still really providing an opportunity for them to participate in the county's health care plan. By way of example, that would mean for that $1,000 deductible premium, or $1,000 deductible, for those retirees that are on the single plan, and there's 3 out of the 17, that premium is $707.95. The retiree would pay $353. They're currently paying almost just right at $304.
303, yeah.
Okay. For retiree and spouse, the premium is $1444. They would pay half of that, or $722. There's 8 of them on that program. We have one that's a retiree and child or dependent. That premium for $1,000 deductible is $1,364. Half of that is $682. And 5 of them are on the family. That premium is approximately $2,100. So they would pay approximately $1,050. You have 5 on that.
Now, did everyone out in the audience, particularly retirees, hear exactly what has been stated? Does this seem like it's a fair deal? No. Well, That may be, but it's,
I'm still saying, we have a county policy in place that even with this, still violates the county policy, and in my opinion, still violates state statute, because the way I understand state statute is it's 125% of the employee's cost.
Kevin, could you please step to the mic? We've got reports that they can't hear you.
I still believe that it violates county policy that states that employees that are currently on it stay grandfathered on it. And so they would continue to pay the current employee rate, not these proposed rates, not any proposed rates, whether they be 50% of the county's premium cost or 100% of the premium cost. It's 125% of the employee's cost, like people are current employees or even retired employees, and they're paying the same as what current employees are. So when you say like people, it's the same amounts, so.
let's stop here for a minute. I want a little simple explanation. A single employee who is currently employed on Blue Cross Blue Shield, courtesy of the county's plan, pays what per month? I'm talking about one who is not retired but who is working. Pays what amount per month? Kelly, are you back there?
64 and some change.
I'm sorry?
$64 a month and some change, so $65.
Okay, and then
For
they
employee only.
and then they retire and they go to right now, $303.
Correct. The current policy reads that you go to the family plan no matter what tier you're on, and the family plan monthly is $303.77.
Okay, and that's been in place for years.
2009 is the last I can find, sir, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Kevin's disagreeing, but at some point, we've got to recognize the cost of insurance has gone up, and we got to recognize there's some taxpayers out there that are paying the bill. So, we've, I think, made an offer here to kind of meet you about halfway from where we were this morning.
But even that proposal still is cost prohibitive. I mean, you're talking, some of these folks that spoke earlier, their benefit may only be $1,600, $1,700, $1,800 a month, and if they're paying the $1,000 one or
Well, I want to quote.
$600.
I want to quote you a figure. I became a commissioner now, I was elected in 2007, started in 2008. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Was elected in 2008, became a commissioner in January 2009. I had the option for county insurance. I added up last night what I have paid out of my checking account for health insurance, and that's $38,147.48. So I have a little different outlook about when you retire at some point, some responsibility shifts to the person retiring, not to the taxpayers to take care of them forever. So
Dave, you were a government employee until, well, for however long, and I'm sure, and you were upper management, I'm sure that you felt very strongly about policies and procedures that were implemented and the adherence to those policies and procedures, and you guys have even made me do it. For 24 years, I was able to hire people entry level and pay them whatever I wanted to.
yeah, but Kevin, we're not here to discuss.
No, I'm just saying, you guys, we have a policy in place about this. And you guys are attempting, even though you're negotiating some different amounts, you're attempting to go contrary to county policy.
Well,
And I believe you're also contrary to state statute on the matter.
we have a difference of opinion, so I guess we can leave here being friends and differ. But at this point, we've got a proposal, and we either adopt it or reject it and go back to what was proposed at 8:30 this morning. We have to adopt a budget today.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I could ask Robert a question. The policy is that we will have an early retiree health program. rather than a policy about what the premium will be for that early retiree program. Am I missing something there? Or isn't the policy that we will have a program for early retirees, not the premium that's being charged to the retirees?
The policy in which you have in place cites the statute that was utilized back then and the one that we're utilizing now.
Okay.
In essence, you have crafted a policy that, in most parts, adheres to the state statute. The one that is being proposed more strictly adheres to state statute. You, as a Board of County Commissioners, have the option to choose for those that have retired what their premium would be if they so choose to stay on the county's insurance policy. That's it, quite simply.
Okay. Well, and then my editorial comment, Mr. Chairman, if you will, is I am very sensitive and empathetic and sympathetic to the financial burden that we would have would place on retirees if we immediately go to 100% of the county's cost. I get that. And so I've been wrestling too with what is a compromise solution to that, and yet not burden our taxpayers any more than we need to in our 2022 budget. And so I've given thought to, where we are and same increase, say the 304 in our example, and the increase is 10% or whatever we've said our health insurance is going to increase. But I also like the idea of what Robert has just portrayed with what the numbers have shown with the 50% idea. And that may be our compromise position, if you will, to this question. But I am troubled if we would immediately jump to the 100%. That's a burden for any or all of those retirees.
That isn't what was proposed, it was to jump to 50%.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Bill?
It seems like if we're talking precedent, retirees pay at the family level by precedent. So straighten me out here or inform me, if we had them pay at the family level, they would pay $439.18. Is that what I get off option 3, $1,000 deductible from the IMA plan? That's the medical only. I agree, medical only. Yes, sir. Understand. And if they want dental, they add on top of that.
Yes, dental would be on top of that. Mm-hmm.
And the current 308,
303
is including dental?
Sorry.
And the current 303 is including dental?
It is. Mm-hmm.
So there's a little higher increase there.
Yep. And I believe the dental on the family is $51.72 on 2022 with the small increase that dental had.
Say that again.
$51.72 is the family increase for dental. Not increase.
Premium.
The family premium for dental with the 2022 slight increase that it had across all tiers.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, given what we have been doing, I would be supportive of a position which would put all of the retirees at the family rate for 2022. And we can give notice that for next year, we're going to change the numbers, but I would offer that as, that's going to be my position. Whether you need me to make a motion or not, I'll hold, but what's the financial implication of that? That's what I want to know. We can exceed the published rate, mill levy, if we do something like that.
Put your thoughts into numbers real quick so I can follow what you're saying.
that the retirees, if we have a precedent since '09, that retirees pay at the family rate, whether they're singles, if they have a spouse, just a child, and it has been the 303, I would propose that at least for the next budget year, they pay at the family rate, and they could buy up to the 500 deductible, but the 1,000 deductible in front of me is 439.18, if I understand IMA correctly. But I don't know what the additional cost of the county is, and we can't exceed our published mill rate. So I don't think we do.
Robert, go
The
ahead.
question to me is, what would that approximately generate? Is that what your question?
Yes, that would help, yeah.
I believe we had looked at that earlier, and it will generate approximately $60,000 approximately to that shortfall. Okay. It would be,
Come up to the mic, please.
it would,
The county would have to absorb approximately $150,000. That was the other calculation on there. I did not use the $1,000 deductible premium. I used the $500 premium deductible and no dental insurance, so it's fairly similar to the same number that Dr. Clifford's speaking of. So it will be approximately $150,000.
That it would add to our budget.
Correct.
And we said a mill is 400 and something, so 150 would be about about 3/10.
And we would have to find savings somewhere else of 150,000, or we would go up that 0.3.
I guess that's however you want to
We have to
approach that.
decide.
We'd be able to absorb the 0.3 because we're not at the 50-something that we published. But, like he said, that'd be our choice on how we handle that.
We're getting close to that 50-something that we published, though.
We're at 49.7, right? So we'd be basically at 50.
We'd be right about that 50, yeah.
So what action do
If we
you,
had done the first proposal, we wouldn't have had to change our 49.7.
I'm sitting here waiting for direction of travel.
Mr. Chairman, I've been reading paragraph B of the state law about 17 times now, and nowhere in there does it say we have to match a percentage. It says the local government may pay for all or part of the cost of continuing the employee group health care benefits plan for retired former employees. That's basically puts it all back on us. There's nothing in the state statute that requires us to pay 100% or whatever, or contribute what we've been paying our full-time employees. So state statute is not going to be an issue on this. It's just what we want to do as a commission.
And you're currently not paying 100% because employees are contributing a premium and so are
Paying
retirees.
78%.
Correct, and statute just says that you can pay all of it if you want to, but if you're not, you can charge up to 125% of what I interpret to be the employee's cost of the premium.
And we have data from IMH that shows that half of government entities put all the cost on employees, on retirees. So we've been very generous about this. Just for purposes of further discussion and a vote, I would propose that we because of precedent, have the retirees pay at the family plan rate, which we've accepted from Blue Cross, the 500 deductible, 558.50 medical only, the $1,000 deductible, 439.18 dental medical only.
That's a motion.
Yes.
I would second that.
Have a motion and a second. And do we need to do any figuring before we take a vote on this, to have the dollars and cents? And as a matter of discussion, I want to point out that what Bill's motion authorizes is to serve as a remedy, if you will, for this year, but nothing in the world for next year. So before we were talking about an inflation factor of 5% a year. Do you want to put any kind of an inflator in?
Personally, I'd like to put the retirees on notice that this is their 1-year notice of changes in the new year. I mean, we all got to suffer some pain. All of this is because we have overutilization of the health plan, which is particularly generous, and it is breaking the county budget, frankly. So my proposal is made, and it costs people some money. But it costs the county money, it costs the taxpayers money. I'm willing to do this for this 1 year while serving notice that this may change next year. I'd be open to an automatic inflator, but I want to get this through today when we have to publish a budget.
Okay, and then I have one more question before I call for a vote. Would anybody have a objection to asking the retirees to annually sign up for that benefit, that retirement health insurance benefit, but to bring our HR department up to date on their status with regard to other insurance that they may or may not be eligible for, and how many folks are changing the demographic in that coverage? Kelly, where are you back there? What, if you don't mind, come forward. There are about 3 questions that the retirees answer. Is that right?
Well, yeah, the address and phone number updates, of course, are needed. One thing in the past that we have not gotten back from a handful are where they're working. Also, I had one that refused to allow his employer to give time records. We had been informed they were working full-time. So we have nothing, we have no way to tell if they're eligible for our plan or not, based off not providing the information that we've asked.
Okay. Randy, we're technically in, I'll give you a chance to make a real quick statement, because this.
I've never been asked for my employment records or information.
And I have a document in your personnel file that shows you are one that responded.
Okay, I thought this was yearly.
No, just
okay.
since this last one I sent out.
I heard the word annually.
You were one that responded. He is asking for moving forward annually.
I believe what we are saying, folks, is out of the 17 retirees, most of you are probably real honest, but we got a handful, or looks like perhaps playing games with the system. And that's what we want to eliminate. If we're going to give you a benefit, let's make sure you've earned it. Does that sound fair? Go ahead, Dwayne.
Before you call for a vote, what's it do to our mill levy, sir? I mean, I really want to know that. I'm troubled with 49.768 already. So I know that's putting you on the hot spot or our number crunchers, but as you understand the motion, what does that mean to the mill levy increase?
I get that.
No. I don't know, but
No, but if the number is too high and we get to our, because we've got a .387 difference between where we are and what we published. And that's probably real close, yeah. That's probably real close.
50.878? 078.
And our published,
50.078,
and our published was 50.169.
correct.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. And is there any further discussion? All those then in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
hey,
Now what do? We got 3 nays and 2 ayes, so we need to make an adjustment.
I move we follow the recommendation of the Financial Committee on the 50% of the premium that gradually increases, give them a year notice, and then increase 5% per year to a max of 75%.
Okay, have a second?
I'll second.
Second, is there discussion?
So what does that equate to then?
That's lowering this about 0.6 of a mil.
We need to keep this under 50.
There you go.
Okay, a motion and a second, and there's no further discussion. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
That carries 3-2. Okay, we now need a motion to adopt a budget.
Are we clear on the retiree plan, which all of the recommended, I'll use my words.
Yeah,
The
just
recommended
just for
changes.
clarity, is that in essence, those retirees that are on the current plan will pay 50% of the total premium in '22 with a 5% incremental cost increase annually to a maximum of 75%. Those retiring after January 1 will go to 100%. And that was the understanding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's specific to item number 4. There were items 1 through 6 of changes to the policy that were recommended. Those are all being accepted, right? The only change is that one, okay?
So we'll have to recraft that policy to reflect that then.
But that motion carried 3-2.
Yes.
So now it is time to consider adopting a budget for '22.
With the mill levy of 40, what'd you say, 49 what?
49.975.
Is there a motion?
It's under 50. Mr. Chairman, I move we adopt the 2022 budget for mill levy 49.975. I do not have the dollar number on that, so.
Excuse me. Budgeted expenditures of 48,042,657, and ad valorem tax at 24 million, yes, 24,133,417.
Say that again.
That's what I said.
24,133?
$24,133,417.
Okay, Lon, let's see, Dwayne offered the motion. We have a second?
I'll second.
And motion second, discussion? Not all those in favor of adopting the budget as discussed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Nay? That carries. At this point, we're going to recess in just a minute here until 5 o'clock. Is that correct?
Correct.
But we have a couple candidates in-house who are candidates for the Department of Public Health position. They and the escorts and the Health Department personnel, plus department heads, are invited to stay for lunch to get acquainted with them. So with that said, until 5 o'clock, we will stand in recess.